Champion, qu'est-ce que tu as dit que tu ne te sens pas bien? Es-tu d'accord que je t'apporte à manger demain?
I want to interrupt our regularly scheduled programming here and talk about how we can handle static assets outside of Scrimba. Naturally, I always recommend people follow along this course on Scrimba.com, but if you do happen to be working in an environment outside of Scrimba on your local machine or wherever it might be, you might find that the way that we're referencing static assets like these images may not work in your environment. Using a build tool like Vite is going to essentially rearrange where these images are being held, and so referencing them with a relative path may lead to broken links. Think of it this way: when you're using a system like Vite, it's going to rearrange your code under the hood to make things a bit more performant, and especially when you run a final build that gets deployed online, it's going to essentially compress all of this code into single files, like a single giant JavaScript file that includes all of the React library as well as all of your code, a single HTML file and a single CSS file, and more likely than not, a place for all of your images to live. But the structure of your folders will be different at that time. And so that's why these relative paths are likely not going to work. To solve this problem, what you can do is import your images from their relative path so that JavaScript is aware of where they were before all of this restructuring happened, and the build tool, in the process of building itself, can fix the relative paths that you used when you were importing those assets. If all of what I just said makes absolutely Over my years of teaching React, I found that one of the major confusions stems from not understanding fully the difference between props, which we have talked about in the last section, and state, which we are just now learning about. So I want to spend a little bit of extra time understanding the differences between props and state, and we'll start the comparison by talking first about props. In React, when we talk about props, we're referring to the properties that are being passed down into a component in order for that component to work correctly, similar to how a function receives parameters from above. Another way you could word it is by saying that properties not only are being passed down into a component in order for it to work correctly, but almost in a sense in order to configure that component to work in the way that you want it to work or to display what you want it to display. An important point when it comes to props, and something that distinguishes it from state, is that a component that receives props is not allowed to modify those props. Using a more technical term, props are immutable or unchangeable. And when we stop to think about it, this makes a lot of sense. For example, if we have our classic add2numbers function, we came to the conclusion that this function really is only useful to us if we're able to accept some parameters like numbers a and b. This is exactly what we're doing when we pass props down from above. Including parameters here, of course, makes it a much more flexible function that can do a lot more than just adding two hard-coded numbers, like if we were to say return 1 plus 2. Instead, as we've talked about a number of times, of course, I would use my parameters instead to make this function a lot more flexible to use with any number that I might want. This is the function definition, but the real values are being passed down when I call add2numbers. This is where I might put my 1 and 2 in, and let's just go ahead and console log the results here. And of course, this is going to return to us 3. However, we need to think of these values as immutable, especially when it comes to props in React, because as you would expect, it would be pretty strange for me as the first line of my function here to say, actually, the value that you gave me for a doesn't matter at all. I'm going to set that equal to something completely different. And then naturally, that's going to really mess up our function. The person using our function, add2numbers, is going to expect the result to be 3, but instead they're going to receive a 44, which makes absolutely no sense. So just to be clear, don't do this, because the parameters coming in should be immutable. Similarly, in React, I wouldn't want to have a function, let's say it's our navbar, that receives props, and then to have any part of the body of my component say, well, I know you gave me a props dot, let's say logo icon, but then we say, I don't really care what you gave me, so I'm going to set this equal to some other icon.png. This would be pretty confusing if we're expecting to receive a prop called logo icon, and when we use this navbar, we create an instance of it, and we pass down a prop called logo icon, and, we set it to, I don't know, kind of stretching here, let's say spatula.png. Doing this, we're trying to configure our navbar so that it will use this specific logo icon, but the contents of our navbar component are saying, I don't care what you had, I'm going to set it equal to what I want it to be equal to. So just like above, don't do this. To be clear, this doesn't mean that whatever component is rendering your navbar couldn't have a value that changes. Like if you had a button on your site where the user could click it and it would change the logo in the navbar, I'm reaching a little bit with this example, but that would be completely okay. Changing the value that we're passing down to our navbar is a very normal thing in React. In the same way that when we're calling add2numbers, I might be able to click a button and change the numbers that are being passed into this function. But specifically, the props that are coming in, or in this case, the parameters that are coming in, should not be changed in the body of the component. Okay, I think I might be beating a dead horse here, so let's move on, and now we'll talk about how state is different from props in that state is intended to change. So that's what we'll be covering next. If props are referring to the information that's being passed into a component for it to work correctly, or as we mentioned, to configure it, and if props are not meant to be changed from within the component that's receiving it, state, on the other hand, refers to any values that are managed by the component itself, kind of similar to any variables that are declared inside of a function. I say kind of similar because there is a difference. and we're going to talk about that in just a second, but it's important to note that anytime you have a changing value inside of your component that needs to be saved between renders and, more often than not, displayed or used as logic to figure out what needs to be displayed, you'll be using something called state within React. So even if the quick description that I gave here doesn't fully make sense to you, that's okay. I bet at the end of this section, if you were to come back to this lesson, it would suddenly start to make sense for you. There's a phrase that you might come across when it comes to understanding state in React, and that is that the view, or rather the user interface, the actual page that you get to see as a user, is a function of the state of your component. And there are three main points to consider here. First of all is this term called render. I've said it a couple times up until now, but you can think of the term render as simply running the function. Remember, all of our React components are simply functions, and we have to return some sort of JSX or user interface from that component. Well, when React runs into an instance of our component, in other words, if it sees something like this that looks like an HTML element, it's going to run our, in this case, app function. And that app function might create some functions within its body, it might set a couple variables, and usually in the end it will return some kind of view. Once React has run this app function, it's only going to run it again if either the props that it's receiving change somehow. Imagine if we were passing in a dark mode prop to our app component, and maybe it starts out as true, and then a user clicks a little toggle that switches it from dark mode to light mode, and then this would change to false. If that prop value changes, then React is going to rerun our app function, or in other words, it's going to re-render this app component. So that's one time that React will re-render or rerun that function, is if the props that it's receiving do change from above, or it will also re-render if internally it has a state value that changes. Now, a state value is different than just a random variable that you declare within the body of your function. And don't be confused, we really haven't talked much about the syntax behind how to create state yet, so we are going to get there, I promise. A second key point is that changing a local non-state variable does not cause React to re-render the component. I guess I kind of hinted at that at the end of point number 1. However, if you use a React-provided setState function in order to change a state value, not just a local non-state value, but an actual state value, calling that setState function will update the view. It will rerun the code in the function of your component. So that logically leads us to point number 3, where the view, or what the user sees, is simply a function of the state from within your application. If state changes, then React needs to rerun or re-render your component so that something new gets returned and replaces whatever used to be on the page. So you can see that this concept of state is really powerful in React. If we update our state, then React will automatically react to that updated state, and it will display a new view. It might not be super apparent on its face, but this is a really awesome thing as a web developer, because it means that we don't need to imperatively update the view ourselves. All we need to do is make sure that the state of our application, or you could kind of think of it as the data of our application, is as up to date as we want it to be. And as long as we do that, then React will handle the rest. It will update the view for us. It will change whatever parts of the DOM need to change as a reaction to the change in state. And we don't have to do any of that manual DOM manipulation, at least for the most part. A really simple, maybe overly simple analogy is of a light switch and a light bulb. A light switch represents the state of the, electricity in your room. If the light switch is turned off, there's no electricity running to its associated light bulb, and therefore the view is, a dark room, a light bulb that's off. If you change the state of the light switch by flipping the switch on, then the view will automatically update. In other words, the light bulb will turn on and the room will be illuminated. I think this is about as far as I can go with just explaining it, and so in the next scrim, we're going to dive right into the actual syntax, and I promise if what we covered here didn't make perfect sense, it's going to clear up as we get to see the syntax of it, see how it affects React, see how it's used within the React ecosystem, how changing state updates the view. All of that's going to make a lot more sense when we get to get our hands on the code and actually practice it. So let's jump right in. If props are referring to the information that's being passed into a component for it to work correctly, or as we mentioned, to configure it, and if props are not meant to be changed. We saw in an earlier lesson that it's not going to work for us to simply create new variables here. Like, let's say we have a variable that we're calling state and we set it equal to the string yes. We can use this variable to display what gets shown here. So I'll just put state in its place and we'll see that we do get the value yes. And to be totally clear, if this were changeable and then right below it, I were to set it equal to something else like heck yes, this actually probably isn't going to look very good in there. This is technically okay. I'm not sure why I would do this, but I can hit save and we get heck yes. I don't want to say no because of course state is important to know. The problem comes when, as a response to a user interaction, I try to change the state. For example, if I were to add an onClick inside of my button, and maybe I have a function called handleClick, and all that did was change the state. Actually, let's have clicking the button change it to heck yes like this. and we put handle click down in our onClick. Let's hit save and watch what happens. I'm going to click yes, and check it out. Nothing happens. This is exactly what we saw with our array of favorite things. Simply changing a local variable is not going to make React rerun our component. Or in other words, it's not going to make React react to the change of state and display the updated value that it has. Instead, we have to use a function that's provided by React to save these variables in an actual state as far as React is concerned. This is just a local variable, no matter what we decide to call it. To set up a variable that React will place in the view and re-render whenever that state changes, we need to pull in that function from React. A very common way that you'll see this is to import a destructured useState hook from the React library. In fact, I would bet that as you're looking at React code out in the wild, this is probably going to be how you'll see it the most often. However, just to be totally clear that this useState function is coming from the React library, I'm going to import the entire React library. This is a little less performant when it comes to tree shaking and not pulling in all the stuff that you don't need, although with modern build tools that doesn't matter, but if that makes no sense, don't worry about what I just said. But I just want to be clear, I'm going to be importing React and then using react.useState in order to access that function. And actually, let me clean up some of this extra stuff. We'll be adding some of it back, but for now, this will just clear up any confusion. Let's change this because we don't have state anymore. We'll change this back to a hard-coded yes. And okay, let's be curious and we'll save the result that comes back from calling react.useState and let's just log it to the console. Okay, interesting. What we get back is an array where the first value is undefined. And the second value, well, Scrimba displays it as f parentheses, but it simply means that it's a function. Let's see what happens if when I call useState, I provide a value. Let's put a string hello and hit save. Okay, interesting. We get an array back, but this time instead of undefined for the first value, we get the string hello. When we pass in a value, when we're calling react.useState, it provides an initial state. So if we know that our component needs to start with the state with a certain value, then we can pass it in here. Great. Well, before we talk about the second value, the function that's being returned in our result, I'm going to give you a challenge. Okay, this challenge will require you to do some critical thinking. Your task is to replace our hard-coded yes right here with some state that you initiate inside of react.useState. And we don't want it to say hello, we want it to say yes. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. The first thing we need to do is not say hello, we'll go ahead and say yes. And secondly, instead of hard coding yes here, we want to use curly braces so we can evaluate some JavaScript. And then currently we're saving this array that we get back from useState as this variable result. So we'll go ahead and say result, but we only care about the first item of the result array, so index 0. Quick aside for people who are already familiar with useState, yes, we're going to be changing how we're doing this. We pretty much never index into the array that gets back from useState, so don't worry too much about that. Let's clean up the challenge text because I'm confident this is going to work. And sure enough, we get our value yes. That is now a state value as opposed to a local variable value. We can test really quick that this is working. So if I change this to heck yes and hit save, sure enough, our state is correctly displaying there. And awesome. Okay, well, there's a couple of problems we have because first of all, changing the code like this in order to change the state isn't viable. It's not something the user can do. And also this way of doing this is kind of clunky. So as I mentioned, we're going to learn a better way to reference our state and give power to the user so that when they interact with the page, they can update the state and therefore change what's in the view. So that's what's coming up next. When we call react.useState, we're receiving an array in return. And as we mentioned, it's a bit clunky to access the index of 0 of that array. So what we do more often is leverage array destructuring in JavaScript in order to get back what we actually need, in order to give more meaningful names to what gets returned from our useState call. So let me go ahead and destructure this by putting a set of square brackets around it. And since we know that the resultant array has 2 items, I'm going to put a second item here. Let's just call it func for now, because we know that it's a function that we're getting returned. Now that I'm destructuring this array, result is no longer an array, which means that I don't need to index into that array in order to get the value. I can simply call result. If you're feeling a bit lost when it comes to array destructuring, I would highly recommend taking a pause and doing a quick ChatGPT or Google search about array destructuring to see if you can better grasp what's going on. One thing that's nice about this being an array that we're receiving in return is that we can call this value whatever we want. And as long as I update my code to say whatever we want, it's going to work just fine. If what was getting returned by react.useState was an object instead, we wouldn't have the same flexibility. We would have to use our curly braces instead of our square brackets because it's coming back as an object, and then we would be forced to use whatever properties that object had when we're destructuring it. So having an array is really useful in that case because we want to give this a name that is more indicative of the state that we're trying to save. So maybe let's call it something like is important. And once again, we'll make sure that we update that in everywhere it exists. Of course, hitting save gives us the same result. Next, let's go ahead and tackle understanding what this function is and how it will play an important role in using state inside of our React components. when we call react.useState, we're receiving an array in return. And as we mentioned, it's a bit clunky to access the We've seen a couple times already how we can't just set up a value like important, set it equal to yes, and then have some kind of user interaction like a button click that changes the value manually of important to something else. While it will change the value in memory, it's not telling React in any way to re-render the page. And in fact, this is even true of values that we save in state. Let's change this to a let so that we can manually change it to something different. We'll say is important equals heck yes. And if I hit refresh, it will show heck yes here, but it would never react to, for example, a button click if we wanted the user to be able to click a button on the page in order to update that state. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, just take my word for it. I can hit refresh and see it says heck yes, but equal to yes, and then have some kind of user. We can't just set up a value like important, set it equal to yes, and then have some kind of user interaction like a button click that changes the value manually of important to something else. While it will change the value in memory, it's not telling React in any way to re-render the page. And in fact, this is even true of values that we save in state. Let's change this to a let so that we can manually change it to something different. We'll say is important equals heck yes. And if I hit refresh, it will show heck yes here, but it would never react to, for example, a button click if we wanted the user to be able to click a button on the page in order to update that state. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, just take my word for it. I can hit refresh and see it says heck yes, but adding an on click to try and change that will not update the screen just like we saw it before when we weren't even using state. However, the function that we get passed from react.useState, if we call this function and provide a new value, it will re-render the page. It will successfully update state and trigger React to re-render the page with the new state displayed. Let me hit save so that we don't have heck yes there anymore. And let's talk about the conventions for this function name, because just like is important, we get to choose what we call this function. And there's a really strong convention where we start the function name with the word set, as in we're setting a new value, and then you continue the name from the state variable itself. So it would be is important and set is important. I'm going to fix my I here so that it is capitalized just to make sure my camel casing is correct. And in order to use this function, I can simply call set is important and provide the new value that I want. And I guess it's already yes, this will be heck yes. However, I'm not going to hit save, and let me tell you why. We talked about how running this function will update the state to the new value, and it will have React re-render our component. Re-rendering our component essentially just means it's going to run the code inside of our function. So I'm going to put a pause here to give you a chance to see if you can think through what would happen if I were to hit save and React were to render this component. Hopefully some of you actually took a chance to hit save and see what would happen. I'm going to hit save, and we can see that we get an error that says too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why do you think an infinite loop happened? Well, remember, when we call this function, React is going to update the state and re-render. Re-rendering means rerunning this code. Rerunning this code means calling this function, which then updates the state and re-renders, which updates the state and re-renders, and on and on and on. So let me comment this out, and we'll get our state app back into a working state. And now I'm going to provide a challenge for you. Okay, this challenge comes in two parts. First, I want you to create a station, and we get an error that says. Hopefully some of you actually took a chance to hit save and see what would happen. I'm going to hit save, and we can see that we get an error that says too many re-renders. React limits the number of renders to prevent an infinite loop. Why do you think an infinite loop happened? Well, remember, when we call this function, React is going to update the state and re-render. Re-rendering means rerunning this code. Rerunning this code means calling this function, which then updates the state and re-renders, which updates the state and re-renders, and on and on and on. So let me comment this out, and we'll get our state app back into a working state. And now I'm going to provide a challenge for you. Okay, this challenge comes in two parts. First, I want you to create a function called handleClick that runs set is important, and let's just give it the value of definitely for now. And then you'll add an event listener to the button so that it runs handleClick whenever the button is clicked. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. let's go ahead and create our function called handleClick. It's going to call the function that we were returned from useState, this state setting function, sometimes referred to as a setState function. We'll go ahead and call setIsImportant. And because I definitely don't want to put no here because state is very important to know, so we'll say definitely. Then down on my button, we'll give it an onClick event handler that calls handleClick, clear up our challenge text, and we'll hit save, and let's see what happens. I'll click this, and the styling is not really working out for us, but we can see that the state changed. Maybe let's go back to heck yes. Click heck yes. And at this point, we've hit a bit of a dead end. We were successfully able to call the state setter function that we got back, which we chose to call setIsImportant. And in its simplest form, we were able to just provide a new value for state so that when the user clicks the button, it changes to that new value of state, re-renders, and displays the new value of state on the page. However, we're stuck because we can't get out of heck yes. If the user keeps clicking the button, obviously we have nothing else to change to. We've manually set it equal to the string heck yes. However, just because we're temporarily at a dead end doesn't mean we can't learning. So in the next lesson, we're going to get our hands on the keyboard a lot and do a series of challenges to try and help us reinforce the idea of state and setting state. You know, this whole section is all about state, and I think it might be useful for us to have a little app where you count how many times I'm going to say the word state in this entire section. But we do have an app that's a little bit more dynamic than what we were just seeing, and so this will be a good way for us to, step by step, practice setting up our state and practice including some event listeners where the user can change that state. So the first part of your challenge is to create some new state that will track our count value, where the initial value will be the number 0. And don't forget to replace the hard-coded 0 that we currently have with the state that you create as the first part of this challenge. Okay, go ahead and get started with this. To create
I love you, Lord.
Bei 2D.
Vielleicht, was sind die
Was war deine Frage?
Unterschiede zwischen Bild 3D Pipelines und 2D Pipelines?
3D und 2D Pipeline.
Creates a new state we will simply call react.useState. We'll set an initial value of 0, and what this returns is an array, so we'll go ahead and destructure that array immediately when we receive it. First, we'll receive our count. I guess you could call this something like state count, but let's just keep it simple and call it count. And the second thing is the setter function that they provide to us so that we can change that state and trigger a re-render in React. By convention, I will use the same name as my state, but I'll start it with the word set, so I'll say set count. And lastly, I can use my new count variable right here, and I'll hit refresh. This won't change much for us because we still don't have any interactivity with our buttons, but if I do change the initial value, like setting it to 10, awesome. Okay, we can see 10 showing up there. Let's go back to 0 for our starter point. Okay, let's jump to the second part of this challenge. I want you to create a function that's called add that will run when the plus button is clicked, and for now it can just console log the string add or something like that. No need to worry about changing state quite yet. As a reminder, it's a pretty strong convention to create any functions that your component will need to run inside of your function, but above the return. So instead of coming outside of your function up here and creating a function called add, you would want to do that inside your function, probably below. where you're creating state. So right here. Okay, take it away. Okay, let's add a function called, well, add. And for now, the body of it will just console log the text add. And then on our plus button, which is, let's see, not this one, that's the minus. This is our plus button right here. We'll go ahead and add an on click and set that equal to add. All right, let's hit save and clicking the plus. Good, should console log add. Perfect. Add. And minus, of course, does nothing quite yet. Okay, this brings us to the next challenge. Up until this point, we've touched a little bit on what you could do in order to update the count, although we haven't explicitly talked about how we could do something like this, where every time they click it, a different value gets displayed. In other words, in the past, we've done a thing where we said something like set count and then hard-coded the number 1 in there. Or I think in the last example, we had changed the text to heck yes for it being important to learn state. But of course, that meant that every single time we clicked the button, it just kept resetting the state to the same value. So that brings us to this challenge where I want you to see if you can figure out a way so that when you click plus multiple times, it will continue to increment the number. So give it your best shot, see if you can figure out how to do this challenge. Away so that when you click plus multiple times, it will continue to increment the number. So give it your best shot, see if you can figure out how to add something like set count and then hard-coded the number 1 in there. Or I think in the last example, we had changed the text to heck yes for it being important to learn state. But of course, that meant that every single time we clicked the button, it just kept resetting the state to the same value. So that brings us to this challenge where I want you to see if you can figure out a way so that when you click plus multiple times, it will continue to Okay, hopefully that challenge went okay. All I need to do is call setCount, and then for the value that I pass in here, it turns out I do have access to what the current value is with count, and so I'll go ahead and put in count, but I don't want it to set to the current count, I want it to set to one above the current count, so I'll say count plus 1. Let's hit save, we can hit plus, and awesome, this is working. Now, I do want to address a common misconception with beginners in React, and that is those of you that tried to do count plus plus. First of all, if we try to run this, we'll see that when I click plus, we get an error that says you can't assign to a constant variable. So you might have gone up here and said, well, let's change it to let. And I'll hit save, and look at this. I get some pretty funny behavior. I'm clicking it 2 times, and only after clicking it 2 times will it actually increment. Let's see what happens if we were to put the plus plus before the count. In case you're not familiar with that trick, it simply increments 1 to count before returning it, and so the value becomes the new incremented version. So let's hit save, and okay, technically this is working. But I don't want you to get too used to this, because this is a big no-no in React. Remember, doing count plus plus is the same as doing count equals count plus 1. And in React, whenever you want to change state, you will never, ever, ever change it directly in the way that we're doing here, where you say, here's my state variable, set it equal to something different. It's a big no-no in React, so try to remember that if you are ever modifying the value directly, then you're doing it wrong. On the contrary, saying count plus 1, it's not directly modifying count, it's simply providing the new value that we want our count to have to setCount, which will then update state, re-render the component, and display everything correctly. Let me go ahead and change this back to a const. In fact, that should have been our first red flag when it was warning us that we were trying to change a constant. And figure out how to do this challenge. And awesome, this is working. Now, I do want to address a common misconception with beginners in React, and that is those of you that tried to do count plus plus. First of all, if we try to run this, we'll see that when I click plus, we get an error that says you can't assign to a constant variable. So you might have gone up here and said, well, let's change it to let. And I'll hit save, and look at this. I get some pretty funny behavior. I'm clicking it 2 times, and only after clicking it 2 times will it actually increment. Remember, doing count plus plus is the same as doing count equals count plus 1. And in React, whenever you want to change state, you will never, ever, ever change it directly in the way that we're doing here, where you say, here's my state variable, set it equal to something different. It's a big no-no in React, so try to remember that if you are ever modifying the value directly, then you're doing it wrong. On the contrary, saying count plus 1, it's not directly modifying count, it's simply providing the new value that we want our count to have to setCount, which will then update state, re-render the component, and display everything correctly. Let me go ahead and change this back to a const. In fact, that should have been our first red flag when it was warning us that we were trying to change a constant. Hit save, and we're back to the way we were before, but at least now we're doing it the correct way. Okay, that brings us to the last challenge. Your challenge is to add functionality to the minus button. Of course, the functionality that it should add is to decrease the count by 1. Give this one your best shot. I'm doing essentially what I had in the add function, so I'm just going to duplicate my logic there. We'll change this to maybe subtract. I'll change this to -1, and then we will add an onClick, which let me just copy this whole thing. We'll add that directly to our minus button and change this to the subtract function. Hit save, and awesome, we're going up and down, perfect. Awesome work. It's great to get our hands on the keyboard and be practicing this. We had a lot of practice in this one. If you need, it's completely okay to go back and redo all of these practices from scratch. If you really want to add a little extra challenge, this would be a great time to come through and just delete all of the code that we've written regarding state and see if you can create it again from scratch. I won't leave you in a broken state like this, so I'll put it back, but just remember that you're here to learn, and learning comes through lots of practice. Once you're ready, we're going to move forward and see another way that we can use our state setter function. The way we have our code structured right now, it's technically working just fine. I can hit plus, it's incrementing. I can hit minus, it's decrementing. And the way we're doing this is by calling our state setter function, which we're calling setCount, and providing a new value for the state that we want it to have. Once we call setCount, it will change the states to the new version that we provide, and it will re-render with count now being that new version that we provided. However, there is another way we can use our state setter function, setCount in this case, where instead of providing the new value, we provide a callback function. In the body of this callback function, we need to return the new value that we want state to be on the next render of this component. If I were to essentially recreate exactly what I had before, I would just return count plus 1, which is basically no different than what I had. And we can hit save and see this is working as we move. might expect. However, the difference comes in the fact that this callback function is going to be passed the old value of the state before your setCount function ran. And so what I can do is take this old value, and instead of using count, which is my state variable, I can use the temporary version, which is old value, in place of what used to be count. I'll hit save, and we'll see this is also working. Now, instead of old value, I like to use prev and then the name of my state variable, so prev count in this case. This is a fairly common convention that I have seen quite a bit in the code, and it's one that I try to adhere to. I think it's a little bit more clear what state value we're dealing with. And at first glance, it might look value, and instead of using this component, if I were to essentially recreate exactly what I had before, I would just return count plus 1, which is basically no different than what I had. And we can hit save and see this is working as we might expect. However, the difference comes in the fact that this callback function is going to be passed the old value of the state before your setCount function ran. And so what I can do is take this old value, and instead of using count, which is my state variable, I can use the temporary version, which is old value, in place of what used to be count. I'll hit save, and we'll see this is also working. Now, instead of old value, I like to use prev and then the name of my state variable, so prev count in this case. This is a fairly common convention that I have seen quite a bit in the code, and it's one that I try to adhere to. I think it's a little bit more clear what state value we're dealing with. And at first glance, it might look like this is just a ton of extra work. But if I take advantage of the more terse syntax of arrow functions, I can simply say prev count and then an arrow to return. prevcount plus 1. And in the end, it's not terribly different than what we had before. So why exactly are we doing this? Let me actually type this out as a written note for those of you that are maybe more visual learners. It'll give you something to refer back to and read through as we talk about it together. So a general rule of thumb is that if you ever need the old value of your state in order to help you determine what the new value of state should be after calling your setState function, or in our case, we're calling it setCount, then it's a good idea to pass a callback function to your stateSetter function instead of using the state value directly like we're doing down here still. The callback function that you pass to it will receive the old value of state as its parameter, which allows you to then determine the new value of your state. This is going to seem a little bit crazy. Let me bring this back down to 0. Let's hit save. And I'm going to show you a difference that doing this makes, even though honestly, it's not something you're likely going to run into very often. Let's go ahead and duplicate this line 3 times, and I'm going to duplicate the old version that we have down here 3 times as well. I'll hit save, and I want you to think, what do you expect will happen if I call the add function, or rather if I click the plus button, which then calls the add function, and when I hit the minus button, which calls the subtract function? Well, you would think that it would increment it 3 times if we hit the plus button, and check it out, it does. We immediately go up to 3. However, if I hit the subtract button, we only go down 1 time. All 3 of these set counts get batched together, the reason subtract function. What function, or in our case, we're calling it setCount, then it's a good idea to pass a callback function to your stateSetter function instead of using the state value directly like we're doing down here still. The callback function that you pass to it will receive the old value of state as its parameter, which allows you to then determine the new value. Of your state. This is going to seem a little bit crazy. Let me bring this back down to 0. Let's hit save. And I'm going to show you a difference that doing this makes, even though honestly, it's not something you're likely going to run into very often. Let's go ahead and duplicate this line 3 times, and I'm going to duplicate the old version that we have down here 3 times as well. I'll hit save, and I want you to think, what do you expect will happen if I call the add function, or rather if I click the plus button, which then calls the add function, and when I hit the minus button, which calls the subtract function? Well, you would think that it would increment it 3 times if we hit the plus button, and check it out, it does. We immediately go up to 3. However, if I hit the subtract button, we only go down 1 time. All 3 of these set counts get batched together. The reason and specifics as to why are a bit outside the scope of this course, but this is a admittedly overly simplistic example of how using a callback function, if you need access to the old value of state to determine the new value of state, helps behave kind of the way that you might expect, whereas using the state value directly doesn't. Now, I don't want this to be anything that hangs anybody up. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I simply wanted to show that there is a slight difference in the way that React handles the two. But again, for a majority of the time, you won't notice the difference, but this is a good rule of thumb to stick by, and it's the internal rule I'm going to use for myself as we continue through this course. Okay, that was a lot of talking. Let's do a challenge. Simply enough, your challenge is to update the subtract function so that it uses a callback function instead of using the state directly to determine the new state. Go ahead and get give this a shot. We took a kind of roundabout way to arrive at what we have currently for our add function, but we can see that if I simply say prevcount arrow prevcount -1, We really only had a few extra characters to type, and now we have adhered to a little bit of a better practice anytime we're setting state that relies on the old value of state. I'm going to clean up this challenge text, but I'll leave this note here for anybody who wants some additional reading. And again, this would be a great time if you really want to challenge yourself to just come through and delete everything and see if you can recreate it from scratch. And I really mean that that's something you should do. It's not just me saying that would be nice if you did it. I mean, you should do this. Again, you're here to learn this stuff deeply, not just to passively watch me teach you about it and kind of think to yourself, yeah, I think I get it. Prove to yourself that you get it by doing it. It's not just going to give you those warm fuzzies when you actually complete it and everything's working. It's also going to strengthen you as a developer in React. And frankly, assuming you plan to look for a job, it's going to make you a more viable job candidate. There's so many benefits to getting your hands on the keyboard and practicing. It would just be a tragedy if you skipped through all of these practices instead of doing them, and finding ways to challenge yourself outside of the challenges that I give you. All right, stepping off my soapbox again. I think we have thoroughly covered the concept of state, so it feels like it's time through and delete everything and see if you can recreate it from scratch. And I really mean that that's something you should do. It's not just me saying that would be nice if you did it. I mean, you should do this, job candidate. There's so many yourself outside of the challenges that I give you. All right, stepping off my soapbox again. I think we have thoroughly covered the concept of state, so it feels like it's time for a little quiz. Okay, it's time for another quiz. As always, I'm going to insert a pause here. I want you to click in and actually type down your answers to these questions. Taking quizzes like this is scientifically proven to improve your ability to retain this information and recall it at a later time. So don't skip answering these questions. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. All right, number one, you have two options for what you can pass into a state setter function like the setCount function that we had in our counter app. So what are those two different options? Well, for one, we can simply pass the new version of state that we want to replace the old version of state. This works great for any kind of state where we don't care what the old version of state used to be. We simply want to set it to some new value that has nothing to do with the old value. Later in this section, we'll be talking a bit about forms, and we're going to see where we make use of that. There's also lots of other applications for this first way of updating state. The second way is to pass a callback function to our setState function. This callback function needs to return what we want the new value of state to be, and this callback function is going to receive the old version of state as a parameter. And the purpose of that parameter is to then help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, numbers 2 and 3, I think we kind of touched on these already, but when would you want to pass the first option from the answer above? In other words, simply passing the new version of state that we want it to become. And this would happen anytime we don't care what the previous value was. We simply want to set a new value. And naturally and conversely, number 3, when would we pass the second option? It's the exact opposite. It's whenever we do care about the previous value of state, and we need it in order to help us determine what the new value of state should be. Okay, hopefully that was pretty straightforward. If not, that's okay. Maybe go back through this quiz again and see if the repetition will help out. Once you feel good about this, let's keep moving forward. At this point, it's going to be really helpful for us to review the ternary operator in JavaScript. If you feel like you've already got a good handle on it, then this challenge should come pretty easily to you. If not, then I'd recommend going over to the MDN docs on the conditional operator, also known as the ternary. You can click the screenshot here to go directly to the documentation on that. We'll be using it in this pretty simplified example. This makes a slight tweak to our app from before. Now it asks if we feel like going out tonight. We're not using any kind of state here. We're not handling the click of the button to change that state or anything like that. We're simply practicing the ternary here. So your challenge is to replace the if-else that's right here with using a ternary right here on line 8 instead. we have a variable called isGoingOut, and we have a variable called answer, which will contain the text. If isGoingOut is true, then the answer will be yes. If it's false, then the answer will be no. It's being displayed down here in the center of the button. Again, don't worry about clicking the button to change the answer or anything like that. You'll simply include your ternary here, hit save, and it should show the correct answer there. And then, of course, you can test it by changing this to false to make sure that your code is working. Okay, it's your turn. If you're not as familiar with the ternary, that's okay. We can see that the syntax actually consists of two different parts. One is a question mark, and the other is a colon. And it's really just a simplified way to have an if-else statement in a single line. So what I can do is I can say I want answer to equal, and then first we're going to check if isGoingOut is true. So we'll say isGoingOut equals true, and if it is true, then what I want answer to equal is the string yes. So that's essentially my if. If this condition evaluates to true, then this is what should get returned. My else is going to be separated with a colon, and then I'll have my string no. Now you can actually nest ternaries multiple levels down as a way to replace an if, else if, else if, else if block, but I personally find that a little bit more difficult to understand and follow, so I tend to stick to a ternary if I simply have an if-else statement. But otherwise, it's totally fine to use an if, else if, or a switch even. So let's go ahead and get rid of our old code here. We can see it's quite a bit simplified. First, let's make sure that everything is working. So I'll hit save, and sure enough, we get yes. If we change this to false, we get no. Okay. Now there is another way that I can simplify this just a little bit more. We know that isGoingOut is already a Boolean, and so I don't necessarily need to equate it to the Boolean true. I can simply say isGoingOut, and that's already going to be the Boolean that I need. So we hit save, we see no, we change false to true, and we see we get yes. And actually, because I'm not block scoped anymore with the curly braces of my if else, I could change this to a constant if I wanted. Now in this case, I've set aside a separate variable just to figure out what the string should be, and then I'm rendering that variable down inside the return of my component. But there's another way to do this, and that is to simply move my ternary into my component itself, and it will figure it out on the fly. This should be a pretty straightforward challenge, but we'll go ahead and keep our fingers warm so that you can keep learning. Your challenge is to move the ternary directly inside of the JSX. Remember, once I go into my curly braces inside my JSX, I can run any JavaScript expression that returns a value that makes sense in this context. So go ahead and give this challenge a shot. And put it right in place of answer. We'll go ahead and clean this up, and the challenge checks you. And awesome, this is quite a bit simpler than what it was before. This might seem a little bit out of place, but we're going to see in the next lesson why this is helpful for us. This challenge will be a collection of the past few things that we've been learning. We're going to make it so that our users can actually click the button and change the answer from yes to no or no to yes. So your challenge is first to initialize some state. For the isGoingOut, we'll initialize it as a Boolean. You can choose true or false, I guess, depending on what your mood is like right now. Then, and the language I'm using is a little bit vague, I want you to make it so that clicking the button will flip that Boolean value from true to false or false to true. And then right now I just have this back as a hard-coded yes. You're going to display yes if isGoingOut is true and no if it's false. Okay, I believe in you. Give this your best shot. First, we need to initialize some state. So we'll need to import, and as a reminder, we could just import the useState function from React. This is a very common way that you'll see this done. As I mentioned before, I'm going to actually import the entire React library just so that I can use react.useState only for the purpose of keeping it clear that this is a function that comes from React. I'll initialize the value to true. Well, who am I kidding? I don't really feel like going outside. Let's set this as false. And what gets returned is an array. So we will destructure that array. When we save it in variables, we'll say is going out. And then by convention, I'll start my setter function with the word set is going out. Okay, awesome. And you know what? I think I'm actually going to skip to this last one. It's completely fine if you didn't do that, but I want to display this as either yes or no, depending on my value of is going out. And to do that, I'm just going to do an inline ternary like we just did in the last lesson. So I'll say is going out, question mark. In other words, if is going out is true, then I want it to display yes, but otherwise I want it to display no. Let's see if this is working. I had said false, so let's see if it changes to no, and perfect. Okay, let's see. Let's buy ourselves some room here. We got done with those parts of the challenge. Now we need to make it so that clicking the button actually flips that Boolean value. Similar to how we are just doing this inline expression, if we want to, we can add our onClick function handler directly inside of the curly braces that we have here. I'm going to start by doing this, and then I think we'll see in a second why my personal preference is to put these functions up above the return section of our component. So I can just do this as an inline arrow function, and when the button is clicked, I want it to call set is going out. And if you remember, we just learned how there's two different options I have when I'm calling my state setter function. I can either provide the new value that I want state to have, or I can provide a callback function. I want to synthesize the quiz that we recently took and give you a chance to think through this. Which of those two versions do we want to use in this case? Well, we can simply ask ourselves, do we need to know what the old value is in order to determine the new value? And in this case, yes, we need to know if it was false so that we can flip it to true, or if it was true so that we can flip it to false. And I guess it's kind of a mixed answer, because the truth is I have a way to just flip a Boolean to its opposite. So what I can do is say it's not is going out, and that should get the job done. In fact, let's test that out. We'll hit save, we have no, we click it, and it says yes, okay, it's working. So you know what, maybe this is a little bit of a gray area in that question of do we need the old value or not, because we do need the old value, and I can just access the old value, and this will work fine. Maybe for completeness sake, we'll also see what this looks like to use an inline function. And you know what, I can already see this is getting a little bit crazy. We have our inline click handler function, and that is calling set is going out, which is taking a function, and I don't know about you, but this is maybe one level too much of inception for me. I think it's going to be clearer to move this outside of our return. So let's create a function and call it something like change mind, and we'll take what we have here. Let's see how far do we need to go. All these curly braces and parentheses are also really confusing when it's inline like that. And okay, I missed one. We'll clear out everything in here except that outer set of curly braces and simply call change mind. This puts my mind much more at ease than what we had before. Okay, so if I'm going to use the callback function version of my state setter, then I can get the prev state, and maybe just for brevity, we'll just call it prev, and I can just immediately return the opposite of prev. Hit save, and no, yes, no, yes, no. Awesome. Let's clean up this challenge text. And one last thing I want to do before we move on is address this button. First of all, I admit this is not a very good user experience with our silly little learning app here. It feels weird to click no and have that be the way to change the answer. So if you're designing a real website with a user interface, maybe don't choose a button that clicking it will flip it to its opposite value. But since that's where we are right now, one thing that will be really important for us is to address the accessibility of this button. I'm going to put some of these values on their own lines so that we can add an ARIA label. To anyone using assistive technologies like a screen reader, the purpose of this button is going to be pretty opaque, and so I'm going to include an ARIA label that will both clarify what the state of this button currently is and describe what will happen if you click it. So I can say something like the current answer is, and then I'll just stuff in the yes or no value that we're determining right here. So actually I can just copy my ternary and put it right there. So that's what the current answer is, and I can say something like click to change it. Little additions like this make a huge difference for a number of people, so this is an important thing to keep in mind while we're developing our code. Particularly, I should have included this earlier or probably just changed our button to something like an H2, so this might be a little bit overdue. Glad that we're adding it in now. Okay, great job with these challenges. If you did find yourself struggling to complete that challenge, then this is one of those perfect opportunities to take a break, go back a couple lessons, review what we've learned, try to practice them again from scratch, and eventually you'll get to this point, you'll be able to do this challenge with no problems, and that's a great time to pat yourself on the back, go take a walk, get an ice cream, do something celebratory, because we've made some awesome progress here. Once you're ready, we'll keep moving forward. Up until now, the examples of state we've been using have used pretty primitive values like booleans or strings, but a very common thing that you'll find yourself doing is including more complex data like arrays and objects in your state variables. And it warrants a little extra attention to see how we can update more complex state like arrays and objects. So let's start with arrays. We'll get started with a quick challenge. I want you to convert the code below so that instead of using this my favorite things array in a local variable, you should instead create some state instead of using attention to see how we can yourself doing is including more complex data like arrays and objects in your state variables. And it warrants a little extra attention to see how we can update more complex state like arrays and objects. So let's start with arrays. We'll get started with a quick challenge. I want you to convert the code below so that instead of using this my favorite things array in a local variable, you should instead create some state and set that state as an initial value of an empty array. Don't worry right now about the add favorite thing function. We'll get to that soon. Go ahead and get started on this challenge. going to save this variable name, so I'm actually going to destructure what will get returned from our array. We'll go ahead and also include our set my favorite things. And instead of this being an empty array, we're going to use react.useState. And we'll put that empty array as the initial value. And then, of course, I need to import React because I'm not currently doing that. So we'll import React from React. Okay, I think hitting save should be fine. Of course, add item doesn't quite yet work. I can do a quick test of this by taking maybe a couple items from the all favorite things sort of database of favorite things there and just sticking them here inside of my use state. And sure enough, okay, hitting refresh shows raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. Perfect. I'm going to undo that just so we don't get duplicated items when we do start adding to the array. Okay, none of that was technically new, but the reason that I wanted to record this scrim is so that we can see how we can make updates to our array. Well, at first it can be tempting to simply say, well, I know how to add something to an array. I can say myfavorithings.push. However, there's a couple things wrong with this. First of all, even if we do try to put something in here like a test, we can see it's not actually working. And the reason is because simply modifying the state value directly doesn't also trigger a re-render in React. There's something special about the setter function that we receive when we're calling react.useState that does trigger a re-render in React. So I'm curious, if I were to maybe console log my favorite things and try this out, we'll see that sure enough, it is adding those items to our array, but because we're not using the set my favorite things function, it's not triggering a re-render. There's something else that's wrong with this though, besides the fact that it's just not updating what we see on the screen. And that is that it's a pretty hard and fast rule in React that you never ever want to directly modify state. Using something like .push, it's a destructive action to arrays. It modifies the original array, it doesn't just return a new array. With that modification, it actually modifies the original one. And just like when we had a variable called count and we decided we never wanted to do count plus plus, even if it was inside a state setter function like setCount, we talked about how this is a replacement for count equals count plus 1. And saying count equals something different is just a bad idea in React. Similarly, using something like myfavorithings_array.push is always a bad idea in React, assuming myfavorithings is a state variable. Okay, so to modify anything in state, as we know, we have to use the setter function that we receive, so we'll use set myfavorithings. Okay, so I'm sure you remember we have two different options we have to decide between when it comes to using the state setter function. Do we want to provide just a bare new value, or do we want to provide a callback function? I'm actually going to put in a pause here so you have a chance to think through this. Which of those two options do we want to do in this case? We provide a new value if we don't care about the old value at all. We provide a callback function if we do care about what the previous value of state was, or in other words, if we need to use the previous value of state to help us determine the new value of state. And in this case, we want to start adding items from the all favorite things to our favorite things or my favorite things array. And so we need to remember what was already in the list in order to not only determine which of the new items we want to add, but also so we will continue to display the old items as we add new items to our list. So we'll go ahead and include a callback function, and we'll just call the previous state maybe previous fave things or prev-fave things. That's kind of a mouthful. We'll include our arrow, and now we need to think, how are we going to update this array without modifying the original one? Because I still wouldn't want to say prev-fave things.push, even though it kind of seems like I'm accessing a different array. This is a reference to our original favorite things array, or my favorite things array. So this is also not something we want to do, but in true functional programming fashion, the way that I can update the array in React is by providing a brand new array. And then I can start this array out by taking all of the items using the spread operator from the previous favorite things array. And then I can add my, let's just put this in angle brackets so that you know this isn't the real syntax. I'll put in my new item here. What this does is it accesses the previous version of my favorite things array, and it returns a brand new array. So it's not going to be modifying the existing my favorite things array. It's returning a brand new array that includes all of the items that were previously there, plus the new item that I want to add. Just for test's sake, I'm going to just include the string test here, and we can see that this is working. Awesome. It's of course not interacting with the all favorite things array yet, but we're going to get there in just a second. However, because I did kind of just blow through this and didn't ask you to put any critical thought into this, surprise, I have another quick challenge for you. Okay, I cleaned up the old challenge text, moved it down here, and your challenge is, I shouldn't be doing this, you should be doing it. Every time the add item button is clicked, it should add another string test to the list on the page like we just saw it doing. See if you can remember what we did. Before you just scrub back and see how I did it, think critically. Spend at least 3 or 5 minutes trying to figure it out. See if you can remember what we did. Hopefully this is a good wake-up call for anyone who was maybe passively watching. Okay, I'll hand it over to you. Anytime we want to change state, we need to use our state setter function. So the first thing I'll do is call set my favorite things. I need access to my previous array, and so the safest way to do that is to use a callback function. I'll just step out this empty inline arrow function now. This callback function is going to receive the previous state. Maybe we'll go ahead and call this prev-fave things, even though again, that's quite a mouthful. And we'll use an implicit return here so we get rid of our curly braces, and we are going to return a new array that includes all of the prev-fave things and adds test to the list. Now don't be too confused, we're not yet using these emojis, so the first time I click add item, I'm starting with an empty array and then adding a string test. The second time I'm clicking add item, I'm starting with an array that has just the single string test in it, and I'm adding a second one, and then a third one, and so forth. Let's see how we're doing. Let's save, add item, awesome, it's showing up. Of course, we have key issues because we're not having any repeated items here, but now we are having repeated items there. That's okay for now. Awesome work. This wasn't a super simple challenge, so hopefully it wasn't too frustrating. Kudos if you were able to write this without even looking back, but it's completely okay if you did have to go back and study again. Okay, let's clean up this text so we buy ourselves some room back, and I'm actually going to put this on its own lines just so that it's a little bit easier to read. And looks like formatting bumped everything out. That's great. That's great. Okay, so I'm actually going to do this part because it deals with indexing into this all favorite things array. Honestly, this is not really something you'll find yourself doing in React, so I don't want this to become a challenge. I'm going to use the pre-fav things array to figure out what index in the all favorite things array I want to add the new item from. So when the pre-fav things array has nothing in it, it's going to be the index of 0, which is the same index of the new item in all favorite things that we want to add. So I'm just going to say all favorite things at the index of pre-fav things.length. Again, this is sort of where this example starts to break down because this is not something you'll find yourself doing super often. Because React is just a lot of JavaScript, this is kind of a fun challenge at the same time. Let's cross our fingers, hit save, and see what we have. We'll go ahead and add items, raindrops on roses, whiskers on kittens, bright copper kettles, and warm woolly mittens. Awesome. Please, Disney, don't sue me. Awesome work on these challenges. Updating an array in state is something you'll find yourself doing quite often in React. So this is a great thing for us to learn and a great thing for you to practice as much as you can. Up until now, the examples of state we've been using have used pretty primitive values like Boolean for you to practice as much as you can. All right, finally, at long last, we're back here with our Chef Claude app. And now we're armed with the knowledge that we need to make this work. As you might remember where we left off, we just had this local array of ingredients, and we tried to do an ingredients.push to push the new ingredient onto that array. And of course, we saw that it didn't update our view. Now we understand that React doesn't update the view when just little local variables like this change. Instead, we have to put these values in state. Then, as long as we use the state setter function that React gives to us, we can change the data and rely on React to update our view to reflect the new updated data to our users. So your challenge is to do exactly that. Update our app so that when the user enters a new ingredient and submits the form, it will add that new ingredient to our list. I added a note down here. Just like before, I don't want you yet to worry about what's going on in these two lines of data. Just take the new ingredient and be grateful that you don't have to know this. No, I'm totally kidding. We're going to cover this later. By the way, when you work on this, you don't have to begin the array with these 3 items. You can put whatever you want. It can be empty. You can add a couple just to make sure it's working, whatever you want. So go ahead and get started on this challenge. right, let's go ahead and import React so that we can pull in state. And watch this trickery. I'm not even going to delete this line. I'm just going to refactor it to use state. So we'll say ingredients, set ingredients, and that's going to be equal to react.use state. And then we will wrap our array. And let me make this small for a second. I think I'm going to keep this empty, actually. Yeah, we'll just keep it empty for now. Okay, so it's being saved in state. I think I can hit refresh, and everything should still be